Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick News channel. It'll be, I think, a longer broadcast tonight than normal. And that is because we will be picking up the State of the Union address with Joe Biden. That happening at 9 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, 3 hours from now. We have a mass shooting to tell you about in Ottawa. We'll take you to the news conference with Ottawa police. Justin Trudeau, at odds, it seems, with some of his senior ministers, including Marco Mendicino, over UNRWA funding, which has been criticized because of those funds being funneled to Hamas, or some of them anyway. Oh, by the way, fence is going up around the White House, or went up around the White House to protect Joe Biden during his State of the Union address. We'll take you to Moscow, where our friend Caleb Maupin delivered, I think, a diplomatic question to Vladimir Putin. RFK Jr. being threatened again by a would-be potential assassin. We'll tell you what the fallout is from that. And a document outlining a bomb threat being leveled against Trump supporters. Sweden joining NATO, and Trudeau sinking in the polls even further, especially with young people. We got all that, and maybe we'll talk a little bit, at least touch on the Mike Tyson, Jake Paul matchup coming in the ring. That's got people talking as well. So we have all that, plus, as I say, the State of the Union address coming up on the other side of this.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
So, before we get into the news, a little housekeeping. I know that everybody is wondering what's going on with our chat. What's going on with people being banned. I really don't want to talk about it anymore, to be frank. I've addressed this. I have explained what's going on. Maybe you missed it. I explained what was happening as it was happening. I think most of you understand that my hand has been forced here to clean up what's going on in the chat and that the channel is under attack. There is a concerted effort underway to have the channel destroyed, boycotted, and destroyed. So it leaves me a few options. I've done my very best to keep things as open as possible in the chat, to offer a platform as free for speech as possible. That is not to say that there are no rules. Of course there are. Laws have to be followed. The community guidelines for the various platforms bind us, as they do every other live streamer out there. But I have been beyond tolerant in allowing people to say pretty much whatever they want in these chats, to a point. I don't tolerate calls for violence. I don't tolerate jokes about calls for violence. Everybody knows that. I've made it very clear over and over again over the past 2+ years that I can't have that here. I won't have that here. It's illegal. It's wrong. And if that's what you want to do, go someplace else. That will get you banned. Now, I can go on and explain even more. You guys can tell me in the chat tonight, I guess, if you want me to explain further what is really going on, because there is a lot going on behind the scenes. And I see already in the chat over here on Rumble, at the beginning of the night, somebody was saying monthly subscribers being banned with no warning. Yeah, that's right. Because a $5 donation doesn't buy you this channel. It doesn't buy you this platform. It certainly doesn't buy me. A $200, a $500, $1,000, I don't care how much money people throw at me. It doesn't buy this channel. It doesn't buy a right to abuse free speech here. All I ever asked for was for people to be respectful, to be mature, to dial back on the profanity. That's all I ever asked for. And to not call for violence. It was pretty simple. And the one person who I had a lot of faith in had been challenging me and pushing me and stirring things up, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that there was another agenda at play. And yes, there were people very close to me that I knew were not my friends. They were my frenemies, and had been for a long time. But I allowed them to stay because I am tolerant. But when someone declares war on this channel, I have no other option but to defend it and to defend myself. I'm not going to sit here and be anybody's victim, and I'm not going to sit here and just be somebody's punching bag. So, I have to do what I have to do. And if there are people being banned in there, it is because they deserve it. There may be some collateral damage. I can't say because I'm not the only one involved. I'm not really the one doing the banning, but I do have somebody that I trust to go in and do that. And that's because we know who's who in the zoo and what's up and what people are doing. And I think a lot of you probably do as well. And a lot of you probably don't have a clue what's going on. And that's okay. All I can say is that I will protect the channel, and while I'm banning people, it is not because I am restricting free speech. I'm banning people, or I'm having people banned, or I'm giving people the authority to ban people because I'm trying to preserve free speech and preserve the chat and preserve the channel for all of you. Save it and protect it from people who are in there acting maliciously, vandalizing the channel, attacking the channel, and people are saying, oh, well, how are they attacking you? You're acting just like Trudeau. It's quite apparent how these people are attacking us. It's been under attack viciously for the past month, prior to all of this, with our social media platforms. Facebook is gone. And I have people who know the people doing it who have told me exactly the way they did it. It's gone. Facebook's gone. Like forever gone. I have appeals in, but if those are rejected, Facebook's not coming back. No great loss. We were suppressed over there anyway, and where we used to have thousands and thousands and thousands of people watching, it was down to like tens. Largely the way they did it was by filing complaints with Facebook about the channel, about our pages, over and over again and en masse. Do I know who did it? Yep. How do I know? Because I've been around and I have my own media company. I do a lot of work online. I know how to find things out. I know how to track things. I know how to find IP addresses. I know how to trace back. And I have people all over the place, sources and contacts. I've been an investigative journalist for over 40 years. I have people out there. So I can't have it. The one prominent person that I had to ban says, all you had to do was phone me. I did speak to him privately and even on the show. And nothing changed. So what can I do? You want free speech? You as an individual carry a degree of personal responsibility with that. That is the price of freedom, personal responsibility. And that means that you need to be respectful of others. It means you can't just walk into a grocery store or a bank or a public forum and just start screaming at the top of your lungs and spewing forth with profanity. That's not free speech. That's just verbal vandalism. And I don't want people on my channel, which I share with people, which I created to share with all of you so that it's also your channel. I can't have people on here talking about all manner of disgusting things, running their mouth, spewing four-letter words all the time. I'll tolerate some, but it just got to be ridiculous. And yes, we had someone call in the other night who was suicidal. And yes, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. because some people in the chat told him to go ahead and kill himself. And then I get attacked because I said, hey, that's not proper. You can't do that. That's not right. Well, we don't like it when that guy calls in. Yeah, well, what about his free speech? Yeah, the people screaming the loudest to ban the guy who has some real serious personal problems and is saying that he wants to end his life, they want to ban him while they're shouting for free speech. Just get rid of him. No. I can address this more later in the program, but I make no apologies for anything that I have done here. None. I'm not apologizing. I stand firm. What's happened to some of these people that I thought were my friends, that I thought were part of our community and our family here? What's happened? I'm not the one telling people, don't go watch that channel, boycott that guy. Let's attack him. That's not me. I'm not telling people what to do. You're free to go where you want to go. You want to go to another channel? Go to another channel. You want to stay here? Stay here. You want to go hang out with a group of people in another chat someplace? Go ahead. I'm not 12 years old. I'm an adult. So are you. You're free to go and come as you please. I don't own any of you, nor do I want to. You're welcome here. No threats from me. No peer pressure. You can be my friend and be friends with somebody who doesn't like me if you want to. And my nose isn't going to get out of joint about it. Now, that being said, I also know what's going on out there because I've had some people tell me kind of some stuff that was even going on last night with this little merry band of whatever followers on another channel. And that's not to say that we're spying on people. There are people in the group telling me what's going on in the group because they're in the group here too. And the only reason I'm talking about this is because I've had some messages from people saying, well, there aren't as many people in the chat, and what's going on, Rick, and we need you to address it. Well, okay, I'll talk about it a little bit, but this is not the news. And this is not what this program is supposed to be about. I don't want the drama. I'm trying to just move on. It was over one guy who just couldn't control himself. And now his nose is out of joint. So he's decided that he's going to go to war with the channel and try to destroy it. But too cowardly, I guess, to come and deal with it himself, he's sending other people to do his dirty work. And enlisting the help of, I guess, some other channel that's going to do some hit piece on me or something. Go ahead. But watch your step. Watch your step. Or let it go. And you know, the guy who got banned, who said he'd never watch this channel again, was right back here the next night. And not so banned as he would have you believe. How can someone be banned from the channel but be in the chat talking to you guys? Because he wasn't banned. Because he was banned but unbanned and then back in the chat. And how had the opportunity to do something positive with his leadership skills. As I told him, I said, you people look up to you. You can do good things. Lead people. Do positive things. Use that for good. But what happened? Well, came back in and attacked. And I guess he's convinced some people to hop on the Let's Destroy Maverick News channel bandwagon. Whatever. The problem with it is that it's actually been going on for quite a while in sort of quieter ways, but now it's just exposed and it's out in the open. And I'm getting messages from people who are angry with me because some guy comes in during our video call-in session and puts up a video of, well, you know, pornography in the middle of the program. That's not me. That's somebody vandalizing this channel the day after that guy was gone. And I know that he knows who did it. And I also know what they were doing with that video. It's juvenile, it's stupid, it's damaging to what we're doing here. I guess in a way it is news because it just illustrates the problems within, let's say, even the freedom movement that are out there. Why it shows all the stupid infighting that's going on, the immaturity, and it shows why the other side in that aspect of the battle keeps on winning while they keep on losing. Because you're not going to win with behavior like that. And you might convince some people to follow you for a while. Acting like that, but not in the long run. Because it gets old real quick. But you know, like, so enough. I've just had enough. And they want me to ban people. They've been pushing and pushing and pushing for it so that they can then play the martyr. Oh, look, he banned me because he doesn't believe in free speech. What a crock. And all the people who are in there arguing with the mods, pushing buttons like that, also saying, oh, you know, you're just acting like Trudeau. No, they know what's going on. They're pushing the buttons and getting up in my mods' faces because they want the reaction. They want to get banned. And what they want is for the chat to get shut down so that none of you have a voice. They want me to, how can I run a video call-in if I know that it's going to be vandalized by people who are going to do things like have someone expose themselves on the show? So if we're going to be attacked like that, then I can't even do it, which means you don't get a voice at all. So these people doing it don't believe in free speech. They just believe in free speech for themselves. And they want to shut down anybody that they either disagree with or just don't like, or shut down somebody who said, hey, you're out of line. Go have a timeout over there. And then they throw a temper tantrum and a hissy fit and decide to react it like that. Well, that's the problem with that whole part of the movement over there. They're worse than Trudeau. It's not me. I don't want to do any of this. But this has been an experiment in free speech. An experiment insofar as this is a new medium. And I'm trying to provide as much freedom and free speech as I possibly can here. My mods have for a very long time been under orders to not ban anyone. And we didn't for a long time, even though we had, serious problems. But over time, it gets where we have to. Because I can't tolerate someone in the chat recruiting people to go and engage in violence, or to join some extremist group that has plans to do violent things, or to even allow people to joke about doing things like that, because that can be interpreted as being serious, and that is illegal. It leaves them exposed to liability. It exposes me to liability and my company, and it hurts you. You, by extension, could be held liable or associated with that kind of ideology or behavior or planning. So I have to protect you from people like that. And the laws in Canada in particular are becoming even tougher over time, which will allow the government to target people much more easily, including all of you in the chat. If you're sitting in there and we allow people to talk like that. So if you want to go to jail, just have those people come back. I'm here to protect you and protect your free speech. That's what this is about. It may not seem like it, because we have to ban people, but the people being banned are the ones abusing free speech. And the people screaming the loudest about me not embracing free speech are the ones who have had more access to this platform to exercise their right to free speech than anybody else. The one person in particular calling in over 250 times, saying that I'm suppressing him while he's been on this platform, in video, invited, and at times I've been very appreciative of some of the help that he's provided. And bringing guests on, and those guests, many of them, I totally disagree with, but still platformed them here and gave them a voice as well. His friends, for causes which he is involved with as an activist. So be it. I don't need to agree with people who come on the program. We have many people with many different ideas and many different political ideologies, views on law. Many of them I don't agree with, but we give them a voice here as well. And I was happy to do that for his friends too. And yet I'm accused of suppressing speech. Hogwash. Not true. Not true. The virtue signaling, the pearl clutching, all coming afterward from a stance of martyrdom, self-inflicted. Push me. Eventually, I'll push back because you'll give me no choice. And I'm sorry that I had to, but not sorry. Because I do value free speech. I value freedom above just about anything. That's why I'm here. But I can't allow people to sit here and use this platform to abuse free speech. Because everybody needs to have the opportunity. I think you guys, I hope you understand what I'm saying. And I've been accused of many things over the last couple of days in particular. People messaging me, emailing me, telling me that I've said this and I've said that, and I've called out a lot of people lately. No, I haven't. No. I called out one guy who then has been over there. I guess they're having conversations or whatever and saying, I've done this and I've done that. And the messages I'm reading is like, well, I never said that and I never said that and I didn't do that to that person. I never said any of that. I don't know where it's all coming from, but it's kind of like heard it through the grapevine. Everything gets kind of twisted and amplified and twisted out of shape. One guy I had to have go away. You know who it is. And I felt bad about it. I still feel bad about it. He was a friend. It's a terrible situation. Don't like it. Uncomfortable with it. You know, the same thing, you know. You know, we have a couple of people call in. They have particular pet issues that they like to talk about, and that's fine. But I mean, if you want to talk about an issue, you can talk about it, and we have. You know, there's one person in particular who calls in and wants to talk about genocide in Gaza. Okay, well, we talked about it. And then again the next night, and again the next night, and again the next night. And that's okay. But after a little while, it's like, well, we need to talk about other things. And so I hope that that person can respect that. It's not that I don't want, it's not like I haven't allowed that person to talk about it. Everybody knows what that person's position on the issue is. And then during the call-in, we're not even talking about that. Probably haven't even been talking about it in the program. But people call in and they want to promote their cause, I guess. And to a point, I'll let that go on. But not every single night. And not when the discussion goes beyond expressing a view on an issue, but then descends into bigotry and prejudice and an attack on a group of people based on their religion or their skin color. Unacceptable. Not here. Not here. Now put up with it, put up with it, put up with it, put up with it. Ask, please stop, please stop, please stop. And this person is also a friend. Last couple of calls, respectful of that. Dialed it back. Everything's cool. But there's a line that I can't have crossed when it comes to things like that. And I don't think you want me to let people cross that line. You shouldn't. It's about decency, common courtesy, respect. It's about maturity, common sense. I will lay out some more defined guidelines for the chat. But there you have it in a nutshell, what I just said. If you want to know what the rules of behavior and engagement are in the chat, I just laid it out. Be respectful. Don't call for violence. Don't even joke about being violent. I won't put up with it. Little common courtesy. Dial back the profanity. I don't want people attacked because of their skin color or their religion. We can look at all sides of an issue and explore that and discuss it in there. And there should be room for everyone, whether it's the situation in the Middle East or gay rights or the economy. We have room for all opinions here. And you can have strong opinions. But I don't want people hurt. That's what this is about. And I've been down this road a couple of times before. just a little bit different right now because of what's going on in the chat. I'm cleaning it up. It's been pretty toxic in there. And when you've got a little clique of people who sort of dominate everything in there, and the one person sort of ramps it up and jacks it up so that a lot of people feel very uncomfortable, that's not right. They feel intimidated. You know, it's like we're just turned off. We just don't want to be part of it. And it's hurt the channel in a variety of ways. It's hurt the channel because honestly, I've had other people messaging and they're like, I can't stay in there. I'm leaving. I've had complaints over many months about it. And I've said, well, you know, I can't just, I'm trying to give people as much freedom as they can. What do you want me to do about it? It's a free speech platform, but there is a line, and I haven't been watching it closely enough. And it, as I've come to realize, it has crossed the line into a highly toxic environment at times. And so I totally understand why some people just don't want to be in there. Who wants to be around? You know, if you go to the movie theater and you have some boor in there yelling F this and F that and F this and F that and talking about all kinds of sexual things and just being gross and laughing boisterously, disturbing everybody basically. That's just no damn good. And it just drags everything down into the gutter. And that's not what I want here. We need a level of professionalism here, and I demand it. I've had people, guests, prominent guests that we could have had on this program who didn't come on because of that. So again, the channel suffers. It's going. It's on the way out. I'm getting rid of it. It's cancerous. So adios. As a result now, though, what am I getting? I'm getting more attacks from the core group of people that I knew were associated with some pretty bad actors out there. And so the attacks are back up. We got the guy with the giant you-know-what, pornographic on the screen there for a few seconds the other night until I was able to quickly take it down, but not until everybody saw it. And I'll tell you, there was another one waiting in the wings who had their camera hidden. And maybe they don't believe me that I couldn't see what was going on in their image, but I was able to, whether they don't believe me. But I'll tell you, because maybe they should know. I was able to get a glimpse of what the image was on the other side of that camera, even though they had it blocked, before I signed off. And it was a person with gray silver hair and a denim shirt, probably in their late 60s, holding 2 pistols, guns. And they wanted to come on. That was the image that I was able to capture. Does that sound friendly to you? 2 pistols. No. What the hell's going on? Is this news? I guess it is, because in a way, this is like a terrorist attack on our channel. Okay, so there it is right there. 1 million auditors says Ricky sounds just like Trudum. What am I supposed to do with that? What's that? That friendly? Is that a guy who's there to engage in constructive conversation? Is that a guy who believes in free speech, or a woman who's 1 million auditors? 1 million. Well, I know what group he comes from. So you tell me, folks, what do I do with this tonight? Keep that, keep him in there, keep this person, him or her, whatever, hiding behind their fake name. Oh, pretty brave when you're anonymous. What do I do with it? You tell me. What should I do with this? Alicia says, gone. It's an opinion, Rick, that's all. Says Kim R.S. Yeah, well, okay. What's your opinion then, Kim? Is that guy being constructive and helpful in there? How about you, Kim? Are you being constructive and helpful? Or are you just here to attack me and attack the channel and stir things up? Because, I've seen a lot of your comments lately. Are you my friend, Kim? Here's the thing. Some of the people who have been attacking me most viciously have been people who have, behind the scenes, been coming to me for help. Only to then be a minion for someone. As soon as I turn my back in, they get a knife out. That's okay. I've known for a long time. Nothing, you do nothing, says Kim. Rising Dragon says ban. Sandy says trash it, Rick. Jilly Bean. Yeah. Kim says, I tried so hard to warn you and you take runs at me. Okay, well, what did you try to warn me about? You tell me. I'm still friendly. Am I misreading you? And then I put mods in there that I think I can trust, but they're part of this little clique, and then we get people in that have opinions contrary to what the clique likes, so they just ban the people that they disagree with while saying that they're for free speech. Then I get messages back from people who get banned saying, why did I get banned? All I did was say this about this issue or that about that issue, but they didn't like it. Okay, well, thank you, Kim. I appreciate you warning me about Guttermouth. And I did have a lot of complaints and warnings about that, but again, I've been beyond tolerant. Obviously to a bit of a fault, but that's okay. I'd rather err on the side of freedom a little bit than the other way. But now I have to clean things up, and so of course I'm getting pushback. So, then I asked people in here the other night, I said, with free speech comes personal responsibility. You have to police yourselves. And then that was twisted to make it sound like I wanted you to police each other. No, I'm telling people that you as an individual, you have to govern yourself, control yourself, behave properly, police yourself in the chat. That's what I'm asking for. And then you hold yourself responsible. And then if you do things that are out of line, then you are held personally responsible for that. But so too am I responsible for what goes on in there, and people have been holding me accountable for that, and rightly so. I mean, to a point, I have no control. But at a point, I do. And I have a responsibility here now to do something about the problems in there. I'm not even looking over on the other channel in Rumble, but I will right now. And this is a big issue here. Freedom of speech. It's a big issue in our country, right? On the bit, because you're gullible, Rick. Well, maybe. So can't cancel the chat on them, Rick. It says, see, that's what they want though, right? Yeah, I've had so many people say, just shut the chat down. Don't just cancel the call-in portion of the show. See, that's the solution. I get it from the people on the left that want the right shut down. I'm getting it from people on the right who want the left shut down, because both sides just want to destroy the other side. They don't care if they take the channel out. If other people want me to shut it down because they don't like me or they don't like the channel for whatever reason, a lot of people just want to shut it all down, tear it all down, destroy it. Why don't you just take a break, Rick? Just don't do the show for a while, they say. Just stop. So here we are for the first hour of this program talking about all this when we could have been talking about maybe things that are more important, but this is pretty important in itself. This is, as I said, this lays it all out. It shows what's really going on out there within our own community. And Big D says, you had a monitor leading people off your site to another Discord platform right off the bat. The seed planters were congregating there. Yeah, I know. I know. Thank you. Rising Dragon says, if Rick cut off the check, government wins. Yes. Is that what you want, guys? Rick? Not, I guess. No, I don't want that. That's what I'm trying to preserve here, is I'm trying to save it for you so that I don't have to shut it down. So, you know, and I've tried to keep it wide open, man. And then even, the person who has gone to war with us here right now, this time, and he's not alone. There's a group of people involved. As I say, even after he was supposed to be banned, he wasn't banned. I let him back in. And he came in, and instead of just calming down and just behaving and going about life, decided to stir things up and recruit people and get something going. So, go ahead, I guess. So, yeah, Glitch says a delay button. Yeah, there is a little bit of a delay on the system right now, but because I'm self-producing, it's virtually impossible to sort of do that on the system. So, looking into some different options that way. I would really like to not have to just get rid of all these features of the program that we have here, the amenities like the call-in show, the video calls that we take as well, that's why I do it. It's because that provides a broader free speech platform for everyone. So I don't want to lose it. And there he is. Rick, many of us are in 4 other chat rooms. We chat at the same time as you do over there. No issues whatsoever. Blame me all you want. I just got you text. You were talking about me again. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, then take your talk about condoms and all your filth and go away. And leave me alone. And if those guys want to put you on their show, go ahead. And I never mentioned you by name till you came back on here right now. You want to go and get people to hit me, hurt the channel? I know what you're up to. I know. I'm sorry that this had to be done. I miss you. It was hard for me to do that. And it's painful to have to sit here tonight and entertain that. So no joking in your chats. Look, I've said I'm fat and my Can you even stop? For a minute. Just for a minute. It's time to move on. Well, nobody, you're not a slave here. Mouth, you can stay or go. If I'm too serious for you, well, then this isn't maybe the place to hang out. But this is a serious channel. We do serious things here. We're covering the news and current affairs, and sometimes we do inject some humor and some levity to let off a little bit of steam. But that's it. So that's it. Enough. Enough. Now, I hope that explains. And there you are. I mean, he was right back in there. Banned, was he? No. So, was I suppressing someone? How banned can you be if you're right there in the chat? And yet look at the attacks we have endured here. Now ask yourself why. And does it even matter why? No. It's just wrong. He's not just attacking me. They're not just attacking me. They're attacking you. Hopefully it just stops.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News. Maverick News. Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, can we move on to the news? Let's. Tragic incident up in Ottawa. It's shaken the community. 6 lives, including a mother, her 4 young children, and a family acquaintance, lost in a townhouse in the South Ottawa suburb of Barrhaven. This happening overnight. Police have revealed that there were 2 calls to 911 made around 10:52 p.m. last night. First responders arrived at Berrigan Drive near Palmadeo Drive. Victims identified as a family of newcomers from Sri Lanka, including 35-year-old Darshani Banbaranaki Gamawalwe, Darshani Delanthika Ekanyake, and I'm sorry if I'm getting the names pronounced improperly, along with their children, 7-year-old Enuka Wikraminski, 4-year-old Ashwini Wikraminski, 2-year-old Ramyana, and 2-month-old Kelly. Her husband, Dankyushka, survived with injuries and is currently hospitalized in stable condition. Another victim, 40-year-old Amarkambu, I cannot pronounce this name, I'm very sorry, also passed away. So there is a 19-year-old Sri Lankan national here as a student who is facing charges, 6 counts of first-degree murder, 1 count of attempted murder. It is 19-year-old Sri Lankan Fabrio de Zoisa, an acquaintance of the family, and was residing in the home at the time of the incident. Ottawa Police news conference providing the latest information. We can take you to that. This is, here we go.
Sont le chef Eric Stubbs, le maire Mark Sutcliffe, la chef adjointe Trish Ferguson, et le surintendant Jamie Dunlop. Our speakers today are Chief of Police Eric Stubbs, the Mayor Mark Sutcliffe, Deputy Chief Trish Ferguson, and Superintendent Jamie Dunlop. Also in attendance with us today, également présent aujourd'hui, est Barrhaven Councillors Wilson Lowe and David Hill, and City of Ottawa Manager Wendy Stephenson. For everyone's awareness, we are broadcasting this live on YouTube as well. We will now begin with Chief Eric Stubbs.
Thank you, Mike. Good afternoon. This afternoon, we will be providing an update on a tragic act of violence in Barrhaven that has left 6 people deceased, including 4 young children, as well as 1 injured male. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge that this has been a very difficult, complex, and active investigation. Some of the details we will share today are disturbing. Here's what we can tell you. At about 10:52 yesterday evening, the Ottawa Police Service received 2 911 calls from the Berrigan Drive area reporting a suspicious incident where a male was yelling and asking people to call 911. Our team was immediately dispatched, and the first officer arrived on scene minutes later. As multiple units began to arrive, officers identified a suspect who was quickly arrested without incident. Paramedics were also called and were arriving. Officers entered the home to check on the safety of those inside, and that is where they began to discover the 6 victims, the youngest of which is less than 3 months old. The family are newcomers to Canada and are originally from Sri Lanka. We have been working to advise the families of the deceased, many of whom are overseas. The father and husband of the victims was found at the scene and was injured. He was taken to hospital where he is in serious but stable condition. The deceased are 35-year-old Darshani Bombar Nik, Ekaniake. She is the mother of the children. Their 7-year-old son, Anuka Wikrama Singh. Their 4-year-old daughter, Ashwini. Their 2-year-old daughter, Rinayana. And their 2.5-month-old daughter, Kelly. Also found deceased is 40-year-old Americone Gamini Americone, who is an acquaintance of the family who has been living at the home. He recently arrived in Canada. The investigation has found that an edged weapon was used to cause the deaths and injuries. To be clear, this was a mass killing, not a mass shooting. We have arrested and charged a 19-year-old male, Frank D'Souza, with 6 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of attempted murder. The accused is a Sri Lankan national who is believed to have been in Canada as a student. I'll emphasize, he is the only suspect. We know there are a lot of questions about why this tragedy occurred. This is the focus of our homicide unit as they diligently investigate this tragic crime. Our investigators and forensic teams are working very hard to determine all of the facts and ensure justice is done. But that also means we must maintain the integrity of the investigation for court. I want to emphasize, this was a senseless act of violence perpetrated on purely innocent people. I know our whole community is shocked and mourning this event. I want to offer my condolences to the loved ones of all the victims for this unimaginable loss. We are offering supports, and we know the community is mobilizing. We have reached out to the community leaders, their temple, and the Sri Lankan High Commission. We will ensure that we maintain that communication to assist their community. Of note, 2 of the children attended local schools, and we have also reached out to the school board. We ask that anyone needing support, please reach out to the Distress Center, available 24/7 at 613-238-3311. This one will undoubtedly weigh on the hearts of everyone for a long time. A vigil has been established at the Palmdale Park at the corner of Palmdale Drive and Rodeo Drive in memory of the victims. We ask that the public avoid the area of the crime scene as police continue to investigate. I am also mindful of the impact this investigation can have on our members and other emergency responders. We are also offering supports and critical incident debriefs to all affected members. Thank you.
And yes, I'm seeing that the police have updated their information, and it is now a mass killing, specifically not a mass shooting. And our thumbnail and any references otherwise in our description will be updated in due course as well. So we have our eye on that. The investigation continuing. What else do we have going on tonight? White House this evening. It's already up, actually, as Joe Biden prepares to deliver his State of the Union address. And I have this clip of Congressman. Yeah. Congressman making reference to this. Tommy Tiffany, serving the 7th District of Wisconsin. He's out in front, standing by the fence, talking about the border. Let's bring him up. Here he is.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, the State of the Union is here tonight. President Biden will be giving his presentation at the United States Capitol, and he'll be protected by this fence just put in today for him. But yet he will not put up a wall on the southern border. to protect Americans. Hey, ladies.
So yeah, my apologies. Going up around the Capitol building in Washington. I'm not sure if there's other fencing going up in other places or not, but that was erected specifically for the State of the Union address. You know, the other thing that's going on is there's been another threat of assassination against Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Lori, of course, on top of this, messaged me overnight to let me know about this story. This is a credible threat, a very specific plan apparently being laid out. And as you can see, this is a letter that has now been written to the Secretary of Homeland Security from the Kennedy for President 2024 campaign. And this letter, again, requests Secret Service protection for RFK Jr., this being the 6th time. As a follow-up, it says here to the attached letters and our 4th and 5th formal requests for Secret Service protection, although I think this is actually the 6th time, if I'm not mistaken. The presidential campaign of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. herein makes our 6th, yes, formal request for Secret Service protection. These submissions are added to the many requests that have been made by members of the general public and members of Congress, past and present. Examples include former Congressman Dennis Kucinich's letter to you, to President Biden, and to the members of the Congressional Protection Advisory Committee, as well as requests made by Senator Cruz and Paul and Johnson. It goes on. And Biden, so far, has refused to provide that protection to RFK Jr. A lot of concerns within his campaign team and his family. Because, of course, we know that the Kennedy family has been victimized before. In the past, John F. Kennedy, RFK Jr.'s father, Robert Kennedy. So, heightened concern again. And this time, the threat apparently, from what I'm told, very specific, detailed, and apparently this is, even a specific date provided in this threat. So, heightened concern. And while that is going on, Steven Crowder, louder than Crowder, he apparently obtained a document right here, Tennessee Office of Homeland Security. He has a document after they issued an officer safety bulletin to multiple state law enforcement agencies in response to a bomb threat targeting Trump supporters. There's a quote from this person making this threat, apparently, that says, "Have been thinking an awful lot about rigging my van and bombing real Donald Trump supporters." I'll show you the document that has now been posted online by Steven Crowder. The Tennessee Office of Homeland Security is distributing this officer safety bulletin to Tennessee and surrounding states' law enforcement agencies regarding Benjamin Matthew Dayton, date of birth July 13th, 1994. On February 29th, 2024, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Memphis Field Office notified the Tennessee Office of Homeland Security of a Guardian incident report indicating that Dayton made concerning statements to his mother via text message. One of the messages stated, "Have been thinking an awful lot about rigging my van and bombing Trump supporters." An initial investigation revealed that Dayton has experienced suicidal and homicidal ideations. It also mentioned trying to obtain a firearm. Initial investigation has also revealed that Dayton has an active order of protection issued. In Waukegan, Illinois, Dayton's criminal history indicated previous arrests for public drunkenness and domestic battery incidents. According to the subject's parents, he suffers from unspecified mental health diagnoses. Dayton has several addresses associated with him in the Memphis-Shelby County area. At this time, the subject is believed to be transient and has no known address. Dayton is believed to be operating a van tan in color, 1995 Chevrolet G20 passenger van, 1995, bearing Illinois license plate EB55086. His vehicle, pictured here on this sheet, was captured on flock cameras in Shelby County as recently as February 28th. Law enforcement personnel should exercise caution if contact is made with Dayton and or his vehicle. No detention of the above subject or vehicle should be made solely based on this bulletin. This information is provided to increase situational awareness and advise law enforcement agencies of the potential officer safety concerns related to the subject of this bulletin. In other words, he's made this statement. He may or may not be serious. They're not sure. But just saying it in any kind of public way was enough to get that guy on a list and on a bulletin so that they're looking for him. What do you think I'm talking about in the chat? Same thing. Don't say things you don't really mean. Don't even joke. Or you'll end up on one of those sheets. Or something similar in Canada. Or in Canada, probably worse. Because the laws here are tougher when it comes to these things. So be smart. Always keep thinking. Think, think, think. Don't act out of emotion. Think. And think before you speak. Everybody has trouble with that at some point, me included. Got to exercise some restraint. Take responsibility for yourself. Keep yourself out of trouble and the people around you. So, all that's been going on. And on the defense front, Canada's Defense Minister Bill Blair holding a news conference today talking about the preparedness. Well, it's not a news conference, actually. He was speaking at the 92nd Ottawa Conference on Security and Defense. So he announced an investment of $4.4 million to 3 Canadian manufacturers to modernize domestic ammunition manufacturing. They're kind of figuring out now at this late date that they really do need more of a particular type of shell, NATO standard. And they're trying to ramp up production because Ukraine is running out of munitions. He also outlined support of up to $1 million for Canadian innovators to develop plans that could help in demining efforts in Ukraine. Also, Blair today announced the launch of the Artificial Intelligence Strategy for the Department of Defense and the Canadian Armed Forces. In addition to that, he was also talking about ongoing efforts to improve recruitment efforts and retention. The Canadian Armed Forces has a real serious personnel problem and an equipment problem. They've just got problems all the way around. Blair acknowledges this and addresses that here now.
First of all, Let me acknowledge and thank Yuri Cormier and the Conference of Defense Association Institutes and their president, General Guy Thibault. Thank you for holding this valuable dialogue year after year, and I also want to say how difficult it is, and this isn't the first time I've had to follow General Thibault to the mic. It's always a bit of a challenge, but it's always a privilege, sir. I also like to thank all of you for joining us here today. To the senators, to the members of the House of Commons, members of the Canadian Armed Forces, distinguished guests from around the world. And if I may, I'd like to also extend a particularly warm welcome to my Latvian counterpart and good friend, Defense Minister Andris Spruds, who's joined us all the way from Riga. And he is here as well to acknowledge the important relationship that has developed between Canada and Latvia as part of our NATO commitments in that country. I also want to take the opportunity to recognize our Chief of Defense Staff, General Wayne Eyre. General, this is an opportunity to thank you, and I hope I have many more opportunities to thank you for your decades of service to this country. Colleagues and friends, as you all know, and as your report last night tells you, we live in times of great challenge and uncertainty. Whether it's the war in Ukraine, conflict in the Middle East, or tensions in the Indo-Pacific, whether it's new threats to our Arctic sovereignty, rapid technological advances, changes to our climate. In our interconnected world, all of these challenges are having a direct impact on Canada and on Canadians. And this is having a direct impact as well on our national security, our prosperity, and our way of life. And as some global actors seek to challenge the international rules that we have built up, Canada is and must increase its investments in security and defence. But let me acknowledge, we have done much work. We have much more work to do. We're boosting our contributions to our international alliances. We're doubling down to protect the rules-based international order that has kept us safe for nearly 80 years. I think at this point, there is no, we've read recently in the press, and I actually want to thank Murray Brewster for his reporting yesterday, bringing to the attention of Canadians the state of readiness and preparation of the Canadian. Mark Norman stated, this is decades in the making. I really see no point in us spending a lot of time trying to find out how we got to this state. We must focus on what needs to be done, and we must get to work. A great deal of work to do, and that's what I'd like to talk to you briefly about today. First of all, the war in Ukraine. I was just in Kyiv with Prime Minister Trudeau and invasion forces have caused. We met Ukrainian troops who bravely defended the Hostomel airport in the early hours of the war, one of Russia's first major strategic failures, and a sign of things to come. I had the chance to witness firsthand the unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people as they continue to fight for their homeland and their freedom, and their future, to be frank, which is also our future. Canada has been there to support our Ukrainian friends from day one in collaboration with more than 50 allies and partners. And while in Kyiv, the Prime Minister signed a historic security cooperation agreement with Ukraine. It lays out our long-term support for Ukraine as it defends its sovereignty and territorial integrity. It includes over $3 billion in financial military aid for this year alone. And altogether, so far, Canada has committed more than $4 billion in military assistance since the war began, everything from tanks to armored vehicles to ammunition to drones. We've also been helping Ukraine protect its systems from malicious cyber activity and sharing vital intelligence. And I'm very proud to say we've trained members of the Ukrainian military, their combat medics and sappers in Poland, new recruits in the United Kingdom, junior officers in Latvia, and many more. And in fact, beginning in 2015, since 2015, we trained more than 40,000 members of the Ukraine's military through Operation Unifier. We've been teaching everything from combat survivability to patrol tactics to demining. And earlier this week, I had the opportunity and privilege to visit CFB Edmonton to meet with Canadian troops there who have trained Ukrainians with life-saving demining skills. We must keep going, because Ukraine's fight for freedom is a fight for democracy itself. And when despots like Vladimir Putin invade their neighbors at will, it undermines the international rules that have kept us safe for over 80 years, threatens the sovereignty and security of all nations. The world must stand for it, and I want to assure you Canada will not stand for it. We will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. And on that note today, and because I'm a politician, I'll make a few announcements. I'm announcing a new initiative that will help keep Canadian innovators developing solutions that will help Ukraine move forward and clear their minefields. Through D&D's Ideas program, we're launching
So
a
I've
challenge
already
to
given
Canadian
you
innovators
the,
in English and French.
you know, the summary on what he's going to lay out here in this. So I don't think we need to continue to listen to the rest of the speech through its duration. I've told you what the government was doing there today, what he's doing there. Most important thing, I think, is that he sort of again reiterated the NATO position on this conflict in Ukraine and even globally, where they are promoting a new rules-based international order, where you have countries within NATO, maybe the United Nations, but certainly NATO, with a a vision of what international rules or laws should be, and they want all countries to abide by it, including Russia, but Russia isn't part of their club. And probably half the world isn't part of that club, so there's a conflict there. And Vladimir Putin can better explain his position on this than I can. And our good friend Caleb Maupin, who has been on this program and on Laurie's Strange Bedfellows program, I'm sure that you've seen him here a few times. He was in Moscow for the World Youth Festival. Vladimir Putin was on stage. Caleb Maupin leading an American delegation to Moscow was permitted to ask a question while Vladimir Putin was there to participate in the event. Let's go there now, and we'll pick this up where Caleb does a very interesting thing. It really caught my attention. Caleb sort of did the job of Anthony Blinken. He was very diplomatic. Almost, you could almost hear the peace breaking out everywhere. Listen to that.
No, some people came here knowing not a single word in Russian, and now they know many. One young person from Kamchatka is sitting in back rows. He's probably unaware of what has been talked about. Please introduce yourself.
I'm the leader of the United States delegation. I'm representing the Center for Political Innovation. And I would like to just thank you from the bottom of my heart for that dynamic interview you gave to Tucker Carlson, in which you showed many, many young Americans a different kind of leadership, because our politicians and our leaders in the United States, they speak in sound bites, they speak in terms of scandal and gossip, but you presented a long-term vision, a scientific view of statecraft, and by getting through to young Americans, you made a difference. Many people who would never have listened to anything you had to say or heard another perspective heard you because of that interview. Now, getting to my question, things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace. And what I have seen at this festival has blown my mind. The amount of young volunteers that you have here, people who have stepped up, who love their country and want to just come forward and put together dynamic events like this. What kind of role can events like this and young diplomacy activities like this play in helping set the stage for maybe changing the dangerous direction our leaders in the United States are taking things against the majority of the wishes of the majority of the people of our country? Thank you.
The United States of America is a huge and unique country in its own way. Over 300 years, in just 300 years, which is a small period of time compared to our history, but thanks to the talents of the Americans, it became a superpower, which is an obvious fact. We know outstanding American politicians, we know outstanding American business people, cultural activists, which is an obvious fact. We used to be allies during 2 world wars as we fought Nazism and fascism. What happened recently? After the war, after the alliance, the United States and the Soviet Union started dividing the world, and they did so successfully. And based on this balance of powers, they created international relations and created the modern system of international law. Then the Soviet Union ceased to exist for a number of reasons. I will not go into detail, but they were mainly internal reasons. There is one superpower remaining, represented by your country. The way your elites use this monopoly to global domination is dubious. In my opinion, the United States failed to bear this burden of responsibility that they happen to bear. They created monopoly, strengthened it. I don't mean the American people, I mean the ruling elites. While strengthening their monopoly, they soon faced a situation where the overwhelming majority of countries disliked it. And so, step by step, it became obvious to everyone that there is resistance to the forming global order. Many, including your allies, they are keeping their silence here. They are afraid of speaking up because they're dependent on major economies, on mass media. There are a lot of dependencies, but believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Even allies dislike it too. And so they faced failures and disturbances. The ruling elites of the United States, after achieving the monopoly of power, decided that the previous system of international relations that was built on the outcomes of World War II is no longer satisfying for them because the balance of power evolved, and hence they decided to change the international legal order. And when it became clear that not everyone is okay with this, by this I mean Iraqi developments, they happened without UN Security Council sanctions. The same applies to Syria, Yugoslavia, former Yugoslavia. Without going into detail about root causes, there were no decisions or resolutions of UN Security Council. The United States did let this genie get out of the bottle. If they did so, why can't other countries protect their national interests in the same way? As for Yugoslavia, my counterpart told me on multiple occasions, yes, we did so without UN Security Council resolution, but there was a waging 8-year war, bloodshed, something must be done. When Russia, however, decided to protect their people in the Donbass, which faced a war with elderly, with children being killed, why cannot Russia do the same while protecting their own people, not some thousands of kilometers away from their national borders, instead on the border of their own country, and people were waiting for us to help without going into detail. My point is to understand that the world cannot be controlled from one pole, and which is detrimental to that pole itself as it undermines the foundation. And in the interview given to your compatriot, Mr. Carlson, I said that dollar is being undermined as they forbid to use dollar for settlements. They seek quick results. Instead of gaining one, they only undermine their national currency. They attain an opposite result, and this is true for many areas. In my opinion, this is a wrong policy. But the youth, returning to your question, can do many things without interfering in domestic processes, without describing or giving descriptions of the behavior of presidential candidates. It is just a part of the national culture, but youth can contribute in building state-to-state relations. What would be the procedure? They can just speak up domestically, within law, within their constitution. It is the only way, the only option. In no way do we call upon any activities of disobedience, but it is a possibility to speak up in their own country. And I think this is a way to go. In my opinion, this is going to pave the way for non-state forms of contact in order to create conditions for improving relations on state-to-state level too. Thank you very much for your question.
Interesting. Very interesting. Making reference to all the key points on the economy, the dethroning, it appears, which is inevitable of the, at this point, of the U.S. currency as the default currency of the world. And coming back to what we were talking about previously in the Bill Blair, Canadian Defense Minister story about the conflicting views on this international rules-based order. Two worlds colliding. And we're all caught in the middle and involved. Stay with me. When we come back, we will talk about Trudeau being at odds with some of his senior ministers over UNRWA funding, United Nations funding, specifically for the arm of the UN that provides assistance and aid to Palestine and Hamas.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at maverickdonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back. Oh boy, a joint statement issued by two very prominent liberals in Canada. Let me bring it up here. Marco Mendicino, Member of Parliament for Eglinton Lawrence, and Anthony Housefather, Member of Parliament for Mount Royal, coming out to express their opposition to the possible restoration of funding to UNRWA. Here I will show you the written release from these two very, very prominent Liberal MPs. This is at odds with what Trudeau has been saying. We strongly support Canada, it says, and the international community's efforts to deliver life-saving humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. We encourage Canada to not only sustain these objectives, but to find new ways to provide additional food, water, medicine, and shelter to the many Palestinian civilians who are suffering. However, we do not believe that this aid should flow through UNRWA, and strongly support Canada's recent decision to suspend funding, as did our G7 partners and other key allies. We are deeply troubled by the allegations that UNRWA employees were involved in the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack on Israel. There is documented evidence to support that. In addition, UNRWA employees have sanctioned in the past for facilitating terrorist activity and for using anti-Semitic materials in educational textbooks. This misconduct has contributed to the spread of violence, disinformation, and hate. Given its history, we believe that UNRWA lacks sufficient governance and internal controls to ensure that humanitarian aid delivered by Canada will be reliably delivered to those who actually need it, and that there is a serious risk funds will be misappropriated by Hamas. The independent investigation reports into UNRWA have yet to be released. Consequently, serious questions remain as to UNRWA's ability to reform its structure. In the meantime, we have recommended to the federal government that Canada work in lockstep with the United States and other allies to leverage alternate partners and to create new vehicles of humanitarian aid that will meaningfully reach the civilians of Gaza in the short term. The letter goes on in French, but we had the English version up. So, with that, Trudeau suddenly found himself today a little bit flat-footed, because they had sort of come out with a soft announcement saying that funding to UNRWA was going to be restored, but today kind of backpedaled on that in a news conference where he was discussing pharmacare, but then had his feet held to the fire on this one by a journalist. Here we go. First, he's going to talk about also the two Michaels and a settlement. I'll just bring that story to your attention because he's going to speak about that first in this clip. The Michaels, of course, were held in detention by the People's Republic of China. It appeared to be a retaliation for the federal government in Canada holding the executive from Huawei on behalf of the United States, really, at the time. So then China retaliated and took the two Michaels into custody, as you may recall. And now, as a result, with the two Michaels out, they actually launched a lawsuit against the federal government in Canada. And it looks like there is a settlement afoot. In fact, at least one of them apparently has a settlement. That, according to some media reports that first surfaced yesterday. We are still looking for clarity on that, more details. Trudeau asked about it today here, and here we go.
Collègue demande en anglais aussi.
From the very beginning, we've been there to support the two Michaels who went through unimaginable difficulties being arbitrarily detained by China. We will continue to be there to support them. I think recognizing that no one should have had to go through that situation, that the decision by China to use them as pawns in geopolitical games was absolutely unacceptable, which is why we're continuing to support them and why we're actually working around the world on initiatives against arbitrary detention to make sure that no one anywhere gets used as a political pawn.
Next question goes to Omni News.
Hello, good morning. Chinese state media mentioned such settlement between Ottawa and Michael is the indication proving two Michael indeed engage in espionage activities in China. This seems to be contradictory to Canada's narrative saying that two Michaels' detention were arbitrary and unjust. So can I have your response to this?
The Chinese government arrested and arbitrarily detained two Canadian citizens, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, for political reasons. There was absolutely no justification, no reason, no excuse for them to do that. And we have stood strong from the very first day in support of the two Michaels and gathering together supporters from around the world, countries around the world, who called out the Chinese government for its arbitrary detention of two innocent Canadian citizens. The fact that the Chinese government thinks that because we actually believe in supporting and taking care of citizens who go through hardship as somehow proof for letting them off the hook just demonstrates the depths to which China does not understand what it is to be a rule of law country that takes care of its citizens.
Follow up?
Any follow-ups? No.
Next question goes to CBC.
If you can answer in English and French, please. Prime Minister Trudeau, will you be restoring funding to UNRWA?
The ongoing humanitarian crisis and disaster in Gaza is heart-wrenching for everyone. We know how important it is to get aid into Gaza to help families, the innocents, the civilians, the people who have been devastated by the past 3 months, facing starvation, facing instability and uncertainty. We know we need to continue to be there for them. At the same time, there are serious allegations being followed up by the United Nations, and we're going to continue to move thoughtfully forward, but our priority will always be being there to protect innocent lives. La réalité, c'est que
$7 million is what the amount of money is that I think is on the table. That's the number that's being thrown around tonight anyway. They were in prison in China for like 3 years. And the lawsuit, apparently, that, or I guess the complaint coming from at least one of them was that they were, they're seeking this multi-million-dollar deal because they were detained. They alleged they were detained for sharing. Spavor saying he was unwittingly kind of taken into a position where he was sharing with Kovrig sensitive intelligence that was related to North Korea. And then that was provided to Canadian officials and allies. So it's like a spying, espionage sort of charge that these guys were arrested on and taken into custody. And because they didn't even know that they were part of something that could have been that could get them into trouble and did get them into trouble, that's why they're holding the Canadian government accountable. What the details are, we're still not really sure, but as I say, it looks like there's about $7 million in play here. At some point, I'm sure we'll get details, but tonight, because I think it's not a done deal yet, the Prime Minister, reluctant, maybe even unable to provide more information. But we will follow the story as it evolves. So also, Sweden today, not even getting much attention on this, which surprises me, but Sweden joined NATO today. Let me see if I can get you the details over here. So it's the 32nd country to join NATO. Article 5 of NATO's treaty states that all members must come to the aid of an ally If that country, territory, or security is under threat, it's only ever been used once, and that was by the U.S. after the September 11th attacks. So now Sweden, which had been neutral, a neutral country for a long time, now officially part of NATO. And I know that when NATO was in the process of, being added to the list of potential new NATO members, Ukraine was there too, trying to be included with Finland and Sweden, but Ukraine pushed back. Do you remember when Volodymyr Zelensky went out into that courtyard with one of his other politicians, stood there? There was like this little table, and they had this document, and they were signing these papers. It looked very strange to me. It was very unceremonial. Sort of a makeshift, haphazard, on the fly. And they videotaped this. It was in the early portion of the very early days of the conflict in Ukraine, and it was clear he was pushing for it. He wants NATO involvement. He wanted it then. He clearly wants it now. He wants the NATO countries to come in there and provide that backup, or maybe even the full offense, to push back against these Russian advancements. But I don't think it's going to happen. Sweden, yes. Finland, yes. Ukraine, no. Official now today. Trudeau. Unpopular or what? A new poll out saying that fewer Canadians than at almost any single point since Trudeau was elected as leader are considering voting for the Liberals. This is a new poll from Nanos Research. So the polling company tracked accessible voters, or how many Canadians would consider voting Liberal. This poll was done each week since before the party was elected, that going back to 2015. And so, between 50 and 60% of the people responding said that they would consider voting for the Liberals when they were surveyed in the months that led up to the 2015 election. That was when Stephen Harper's Conservatives were in power at that time. Only 36.2% would consider casting their ballot for Trudeau's Liberals right now. So back then, between 50 and 60%, that then led to the election of a Trudeau-led Liberal minority government. But today, only 36.2% would even consider voting for Trudeau. And that's not the lowest point that it's being at. Back in November, that number was down to 34.6%. It's pretty clear the Liberals are in a heap of trouble. I can show you the results on kind of a graph there. Not a graph, but a chart. There, you can see it there, this Nanos poll. Who would you even consider voting for? So the Conservatives are way out in front with 42.8%. Support up 2.8. Liberals 23.3. Down 1.4. NDP 21.4. The Bloc Québécois 6.2. The Green Party 4.2. And the PPC on there, but only with 1.3%. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll in politics. PPC actually, I think, has slipped at, I think they probably peaked out so far at their highest point, maybe around nationally 3.6 or 4%. I'd have to look that up on a graph, but I think that's about as high as they've been. They did gain some ground in the last election. I think that was largely because of the public's dissatisfaction with the pandemic, and maybe even surged a little bit after the election. But they've slipped back. I think that is because the conditions nationally have shifted again. Lockdowns basically gone, mask mandates. The threat of it's still looming loosely in the background, but it's there. Nevertheless, people, I don't know, people's memories are short for the most part. Not everybody. I remember. I certainly do. Okay. Let's take a quick recess here. See ya when this is over. And we'll continue with our news coverage of today's top stories.
Feel the vibrations. Our quest continues. The truth is out there. We are Mavericks.
Okay, so as I say tonight, and this is in just about 1 hour, we will be going live to the State of the Union address with Joe Biden. He is expected to talk about directing more assistance to Gaza. He'll be using this State of the Union address to kind of lay out his vision for what a second term under an administration led by him would look like, what the goals might be. He'll give some indication of what his platform might be. He'll talk, I guess, tonight about freedom. He'll zero in on abortion rights, of course. That being one of the key platforms, or key planks in his platform, rather. Among other announcements expected to come from this, as I say, will be more aid for Gaza, including a plan to add a port in Gaza that would be used by the U.S. and partners to bring in aid. He apparently is going to speak about efforts to get the hostages who are still being held by Hamas released. And he is going to talk about a new border crossing that will open in northern Gaza. So there is, I guess, a copy of his speech that somehow has been leaked out there. I haven't read the whole thing. I'm even reluctant to make reference to it because I think in this day and age, it's pretty risky to pick up something like that. Could be fake. From what I've seen, though, it looks pretty credible. It looks like it is the real deal. Nevertheless, we're only an hour away, and we have this prelude, these little nuggets of information that give us an indication as to what he is going to talk about. So the U.S. Apparently is going to coordinate with Israel, the United Nations, other non-governmental organizations, to get humanitarian aid into Gaza through this port that they're going to build, apparently, according to Biden, that he's going to talk about in about an hour. But the administration apparently is making it clear that this will not involve U.S. boots on the ground in Gaza, so no soldiers. It's not about that, so they say. He's also going to talk tonight, I guess, a bit about the United States post-COVID economy, the recovery that he says has taken place since the pandemic. And he's going to get into some details on plans to make big changes to the tax code, efforts that he thinks will expand the housing supply nationally and reduce the federal budget deficit. Yet, why do I feel like the opposite will happen? These politicians always get up there and talk a good game when it comes to the federal budget deficit, and then when their policies are enacted, what do we end up with? More debt than ever. You can't have a rising debt if you have, well, I guess you can. Actually, that's not true. You can have the deficit go down, but still have the debt go up. Do you understand how? It's because the deficit is the amount of money in the current budget that is spent, that is more than comes in that fiscal period. So in, say, a 1-year budget, if you spend more than you take in, you have a deficit. So if you spend in 1 year $1 million more than you take in revenue, then you would have a $1 million deficit. You're in debt then for $1 million. But if you do that for 10 years, now you have a debt of $10 million. And if you do this exact same thing for an 11th year, but shrink the deficit by half, you can tell the public, look at the great thing I've done. I shrunk the deficit by 50%. And now it's only $500,000. That means that at the end of year 11, your debt still increases. Now it's $10,500,000 instead of just $10 million. But the politicians use these words, debt and deficit, and confuse people. People don't know the difference. Largely, they don't pay close enough attention. In the minds of people, they're thinking the deficit is the debt. I know this. When that's not the case at all. So when he says, I'm going to shrink the deficit, it just means that the country is going to grow broke slower than it would have if they'd continued to increase the deficit. But they're still going broke. They're still spending more than they're taking in. Understand? That's what these politicians do. They play games. That's why Justin Trudeau can just sit up there and say, oh, the budget will balance itself. Oh, we'll just print more money. Oh, we're going to look at how fiscally responsible we are. We're shrinking the deficit. That's what Biden is going to talk about tonight in his State of the Union. So look for that linguistic sleight of tongue. And he will sell you on the idea of fiscal responsibility while he spends like a drunken sailor and builds a port in Gaza. Oh, but will it be a port in a storm? And there's a storm a-brewing. There's no question about that. I don't really have the details on this. I didn't bring up all the information, but there is concern out there, even tonight, about more solar activity, more solar flares, more solar storms. Some reports out there talking about the increased risk of the effects of these solar storms on infrastructure, electronic, digital infrastructure, the internet. And there are some people who think that we're going to see a lot more activity, solar activity, getting into next year, with many concerned that it could lead to more disruptions in online service, similar to what we've seen in the past week with just yesterday. It was LinkedIn that went down for a while, and earlier than that in the week, Facebook disrupted. There were also outages, I believe, on, I think Twitter was down for a bit as well. Major outage at Facebook. So all these things are a big concern. Wildfires. What caused them in Texas Yesterday we ran that clip of Marjorie Taylor Greene responding to that reporter's question. It triggered Marjorie Taylor Greene when she was asked about Jewish space lasers. She told the reporter to F off. I'm sure you've seen it by now. Don't need to rerun it again. But tonight, one of the utility companies, one of the largest in Texas, accepting responsibility, I guess, for at least having some part in igniting these wildfires, which are now being categorized as it's the largest wildfire disaster in the history of the state. And Xcel Energy says its facilities did, apparently, it looks like they had some sort of role in sparking these wildfires. It says here power lines, this is from ABC, and there are other reports on this from other outlets as well tonight, saying that power lines ignited some of these massive wildfires across the Texas Panhandle that has destroyed many homes, multi-million-dollar ranches in some cases. It has killed thousands of livestock, cattle. It's the largest blaze in the history of Texas. And Xcel Energy says that there was a role played in this by some of its equipment. They've concluded the power lines ignited both the historic Smokehouse Creek fire that has burned nearly 1,700 square miles, that's 4,400 square kilometers, and has also burned its way all the way into Oklahoma. And the nearby Windy Deuce fire, which has burned about 225 square miles. Now, we don't know exactly what it was that led to these power lines igniting these blazes. It is still under investigation, but I'm certain they would not be making this statement unless they had hard evidence to support it, because this leaves the utility wide open to litigation. Massive settlements. You can see this coming. I guess firefighters are having some success in battling these fires. Containment is improving. The Smokehouse Creek fire was 74% contained today. That's the report we're getting here tonight. The Windy Deuce fire now contained to a level of 89%. However, the Forest Service is saying that high winds are still expected to be moving across the dry landscape, and that, of course, causes embers, sparks to drift, carries these burning embers, in some cases very far distances, and can ignite new fires in other locations. So we have power lines that were down, and other utility equipment have led to other major wildfires, according to the reports from officials. And it looks like the investigations in Maui indicate that it was power lines there that were responsible for some of, if not the majority of, the wildfires we saw there, as well as the big wildfire in Maui. And we're getting similar reports out of California as well, where they're identifying, or have identified in previous investigations, a similar cause of wildfires back in 2019 in that state. So there's already at least one lawsuit that has been filed up in Hemphill County, and it alleges that a downed power line sparked that Smokehouse Creek fire, and it says in this lawsuit that when a wooden pole defendants failed to properly inspect, maintain, and replace, splintered and snapped off at its base. So it looks like they're saying this power line fell, or the pole fell. Sparks caused the blaze. So I don't know where this is going to end up in terms of settlements, but man, this is massive. And I don't know if coming out and taking responsibility, admitting some degree of liability here, will shield the utility company in any way. I'm not well versed enough in law as it is written in Texas, or how it's applied. So I can't really speak with any real authority or level of intelligence on where that utility company is in terms of liability, what the settlements might end up looking like. But the damage has been beyond my imagination in terms of a dollar figure. All those cattle, the grazing area as well, that's worth a lot. The damage to the land, to the buildings, to the ranches, it just goes on. Wow. So I think there's probably enough damage there to put that maybe put the utility company out of business. Would not surprise me. No. The United States dropping that food aid into Gaza. We showed you some of the video. The parachutes with the care packages dropping from the sky on the beach into the water. Well, they're being criticized for it. What's that saying? No good deed goes unpunished. Well, here. U.S. food drops over Gaza are criticized as too little and ineffective. Saw that one coming. Also, we showed you that video yesterday of that Palestinian who picked up the one little packet of food, a meal, and then did this live video that appeared on social media. He clearly was not happy, didn't want it because it came from the United States, so he took it and threw it in a dumpster. He'd rather starve to death than accept any kind of aid from the U.S. So crazy and devastating all of this is. $16 pallets with 52,700 meals dropped Thursday as part of this joint effort between Jordan and the United States. 52,700. Humanitarian agencies are saying that this whole relief effort has been inefficient, inadequate, too late, too little, too late, basically is what they're saying. I don't know. They're doing something. I think Russia has also provided some aid into Gaza. I also have seen, disappointingly, trucks, a parade of trucks just recently today. Hamas trucks chasing after a transport filled with aid that was on a road, and the Hamas fighters were on their way to intercept and take the aid. To do with it, I do not know what, but that's what Hamas was doing, and it was clearly armed Hamas fighters. Oh, yeah. What a mess. What a mess. And the people continue to suffer. Caught in the crossfire. Yeah. So that gets us to a point in the show where I guess we're going to have to open things up here a little bit. Maybe go to the phones. If I can do that safely, we'll see how that goes tonight. Let me get things fired up, but we'll pick things up here shortly with the State of the Union address with Joe Biden. So let's run a couple of little short promos here. I'll get the phones cranked up, and you guys can join the conversation.
Exile. The Knights of Malta. Maverick News. Join us. The world is watching. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, folks. We've got the phone system cranked up. A few changes made to it. Here's a number you can call. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call now at 1-319-527-6770. That's 1-319-527-6770. Exercise your right to free speech. Call 1-319-527-6770. Call now at 1-319-527-6770. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. Okay. Working on getting this set up. Hang on just a second here. It's a little bit difficult to do when I'm all by myself, as usual. All right. Again, just a little bit difficult, so let me just run this while I push the buttons.
Fighting the Great Reset. By leading the Great Resistance. Maverick News. The antivirus programs for your mind.
Okay, we have the phone lines set up. Here we go. Let me get the Number up on the screen for you. 1-319-527-6770. Now, if you are calling through a phone system making use of T-Mobile in the United States or PCS, Metro PCS, they may apply a small charge to your phone bill if you call that number. Otherwise, it should be a free call. But if it routes through those systems for international calling, there may be a small fee. I don't know what the fee is, but I just want to make you aware of that. So 319-527-6770 is the number to call. And let me just see who we have on the line here, first of all. First caller of the night. Hello, go ahead. You're with Rick. Who do I have? Go ahead. Hi there. Hang on just a second. Yeah, let me just have to get you up on the screen, Matthew. Sorry. Hang on. Here we go. Okay. And almost there. Okay. We're up. Okay, sir, go ahead. You're on the air.
All right. Yeah, I've been wanted to call since last Thursday. You had George Galloway winning the election.
Yes.
8 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
It was in Rochdale. It's got a huge Muslim population, and the nightmare for the establishment was that the pissed off Muslim population joined up with the pissed off white working class population, which meant that when the Muslims and the white people joined together to vote, he got a massive majority. He got over 40% of the people.
Yeah.
After that happened, you showed the next day Rishi Big Nose Midget Sunak coming out in front of number 10 saying how it's unacceptable that white people and brown people are voting together. Now, this is just a massive joke, because the whole point of moving all the millions of people into Britain who aren't white is that the white people and the brown people and the black people are supposed to hate each other. That was the idea. And then George Galloway comes along and says, no, don't hate each other, work together against the political establishment and you will win. Now, this happened, and everyone in the whole of Parliament stood up and said, this is unacceptable. We will not accept Muslim people and Christian people joining together to defeat the political establishment. We have a political establishment. The political establishment is the Red Party and the Blue Party. And sometimes when the Red Party or the Blue Party doesn't have the massive majority, we'll bring in a third Yellow Party, and they will, support the Red Party or the Blue Party to gain a majority. Of course, the Red Party and the Blue Party will completely dominate the Yellow Party, and everything will be the same as it ever was before.
I hear you.
Now, the problem, again, Rishi Sunak came out and made the most ludicrous threats to the British people. He said it is unacceptable. Now, the guy is 5'4". He's a Hindu. He's a billionaire. He's the richest man in Parliament. This is a total joke. He doesn't represent anyone. His father-in-law owns Infosys. Everyone knows what Infosys is. It's one of the top 100 largest companies, corporations on planet Earth. The guy is I don't know what, he's like the Bill Gates of India, basically. Anyway, he's obviously gay, but he's married to what's her name, Akshweta Murthy, who's the daughter of the Bill Gates of India. And his only wish is to bring, the CBDC Bitcoin, as he tried to call it once, which got smashed through the floor. Anyway, so now he's saying this is unacceptable. Now, no one voted for this midget, Hindu, weirdo, gay boy, and yet he is saying it's unacceptable. We will not accept the white people and the brown people joining together to defeat the political system. Now, since this has happened 8 days ago, there's been a mountain of headlines saying that George Galloway is a danger. George Galloway borders on terrorism. George Galloway is this, George Galloway is that. And yet, at the same time, the news came out that the BBC, which is your CBC in Canada, was supporting two men, the Badreddin brothers. You can look this up if you wish. It's a Spectator article if you want to check it on Google. Anyway, this is how many years ago? This is about 8 years ago, I think it was now. When the Badreddin brothers came to England, BBC did a documentary saying how Britain was enriched by these brothers who came to Britain. And they said how wonderful they were. During the course of the documentary, they were accused of being rapists. Now, they escaped the court case, and the judge apologized to the Badreddins because the 14-year-old girl that they allegedly raped was apparently a slag and a racist. And the BBC reported that this 14-year-old girl was a slag and a rapist, and then life goes on as normal. Now, it turns out that the Badreddin brothers are actually serial rapists and have been raping underage girls from age 12 to 14 for 8 years.
Yes, I did see a report about that, yeah.
Something has gone horribly wrong. And now we have a midget Hindu prime minister saying that we're a bunch of racists when they imported 20,000 Syrians who don't speak a word of English. And they even lied and said he works 14 hours a day in a shoe shop. He never even worked in a shoe shop. Why would the BBC say he works 14 hours a day in a shoe shop? Anyway, I'm done with that topic. Sorry.
Can I just ask you a question? You know, the reports that I saw coming out of there, and I remember watching Sunak's speech, and he talked about a rise in extremism, if I remember right. That was the takeaway headline that sticks in my mind, right?
That the extremism was about was called Nick Griffin. That's the name that he mentioned. It was Nick Griffin, and said that he's associated with George Galloway. Now, Nick Griffin was the guy back in 2010, which is about 14 years ago now. Might be as back, might be 2008, but Anyway, he was the first one who brought up the subject of the grooming gangs.
Yeah.
Because it had got to the point where more than 1 million underage white girls in England had been sexually abused by, let's just say, immigrants, to be nice about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, and Nick Griffin is an educated man, and the thing is, his first topic was nothing to do with this. The reason why he initially came onto the scene politically was housing. Housing was his issue. He said, look, you can't keep bringing 500,000 people in every year because housing is becoming less and less, and more expensive. That was his initial, political standing.
Yeah.
Anyway, by the end, a few years later, every single newspaper in Britain spent years saying Nick Griffin was the worst man in Britain. Have photographs saying, have you seen this racist? Have you seen this man? Anyway, he made it into Parliament for one session, and he was drummed out and all the rest of it. But yeah, that's who during little Rishi's speech, that's the guy who he mentioned in association with George Galloway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So do you have any concerns about, I understand the perspective that you're sort of getting the working class and the immigrants, working together, coming together, right? I get it. I'm seeing a rise in, some racism, anger, hatred toward Jewish people, for sure, especially over here. Hard for me to get a bead on what's going on over there because I don't live there. Do you see that as well, or do you have any concerns with that?
Oh, well, on the Jewish matter, I'll just speak about that politically, to be polite. So this year, we're in 2024, we're in the second week of March, so that's 9 weeks of the year gone. We've already had, I think it's 4 or 5 parliamentary sessions so far this year on why Jewish people need protecting, more than any other debate in Parliament, bar none. The Labour Party, which has, 220 MPs, something like that, has 80 of those MPs belong to an organisation called Friends of Israel. And in the Conservative Party, I think it's a similar number. It's at least 150 MPs out of the 650 total MPs have completely declared themselves friends of Israel, who regularly stand up and say that the protection of Jewish people in Britain is the most important matter, bar none. There is nothing more important. And they've also say we need to set up a Holocaust centre near Parliament using taxpayers' money, and they want to spend £300 million building a Holocaust centre right near Parliament, just to remind people how important Jewish people are in Britain. So, they said that racism towards Jewish people has gone up 1,350%. But the thing is, that statistic came out 1 week after October the 7th, which is a bit odd. So apparently in 1 week, from October the 7th to October the 13th, racism towards Jewish people went up 1,350%, which is obviously untrue.
Interesting stuff. Sounded like you wanted to move on to another subject, and I kind of interrupted you there. What else did you want to talk about?
Oh, I've got one more, but it's completely unrelated.
Sure. Well, that's okay.
Okay, here we go. This is brand new news. You probably don't even know this, and it happens in your own country.
Uh-oh.
Are you ready for this one?
I don't know. You tell me.
It's a computer. It's a computer game company.
Yeah.
They're called Sweet Baby Inc. Now, the name, it might sound like someone who wants to possibly interfere with small children, and that's not a coincidence. And if you look at the logo of the company, Sweet Baby Inc., on the internet, you will feel slightly sick. Anyway, they're based in Montreal. They are a consulting computer game company, and they are part of DEI, which is Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And computer game companies, large computer game companies, before they release games, like the film companies, have to go through sensitivity reading. Do you know what sensitivity reading is, before I carry on?
Well, that would be woke education conditioning, I would say. Am I on the right track?
Yep, that's it. Ding, ding, ding. Correct. Well done. And so they get referred to Sweet Baby Inc. once they've spent 100 million quid making a computer game, before they can release it, they have to go and say, is this okay? But unfortunately, the employees of Sweet Baby Inc. are all transgender. And if they aren't transgender, they fully support transgender to the max. And they work on transgender projects. They work on social media. That's where they live. They don't exist in real life. They just live in the cybersphere. Anyway, so it's their job to threaten the companies and say, look, you've made a game that doesn't have any transgender people in it. You've made a game that doesn't have any gay people in it. You've made a game that has a white man in it, and he's not an idiot. You've got a major, major problem.
So yeah, I'm just looking this, just looking this up here. I'm going to bring an article about this up on screen, and I'm just kind of finding this randomly here. So let's see what we've got. You go ahead and talk while I figure out how to get this on the screen if you want.
Yeah. So anyway, they've been that people wanted to play, but then they got referred to Sweet Baby Inc., who said, oh dear. But anyway, to cut a long story short, what happened was they really, in the end, looking a little bit destroying all of this, all of these computer games, but they couldn't help themselves, with their and they played squad. And anyway, in the game, they made it so they kill everyone's favorite comic book characters. So if you like, the characters were Superman, you've heard of, well, Batman, was it The Flash, Green Lantern, one, so she gets a pass. But anyway, what happened, and this is the worst bit, they wanted, and now this is, I apologize, even my language here, so much that they don't want to just say, oh, well, I'm not a fan of and as a character, to destroy the Flash as a character. So the transgenders got together at Sweet Baby Inc. and said, oh, come on, can't we just, and here you go, can't we shit on the corpse of Batman? That was their idea. And this isn't even a joke. And they went back to the company and they said, what? Batman? But he's been popular for decades. And he's sold millions of comics. He's brought fun and love into the life of hundreds of millions of children all around the world. Hundreds of millions of adults still respect and love the characters of Flash and Batman and Superman. And they said, come on, but we want to shit on his dead body. And so anyway, it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, until they reached a compromise, and the game was released. And you know what they did? Because they couldn't do what I just said. They put his dead body in the game and had one of the characters piss on his dead body.
Is that a fact?
Now this caused a bit of a stir. Oh yeah, this caused a bit of a stir, as you might imagine. And people...
No notes, I do apologize.
And this is when sweep into the public.
So this article here that I pulled up, this is just out of this is out of PC Gamer magazine. It says if you're gently confused as to why everyone was upset at an allegedly sweet baby, then you're certainly not alone. As per Kotaku report on the subject yesterday, a Steam group has picked up traction to the tune of around 70,000 members at the time of writing. It's called Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, as if to warn discerning consumers of invasive DRM or something. Instead of warning against potentially sketchy software, though, these concerned gamers have instead perceive a rising tide of ideology that's somehow taking over the industry by force. Kotaku's senior editor spoke to a handful of members from the group's Discord who are primarily concerned about ideological worldviews that I believe have taken hold of Western world media and gaming as a whole, and race and identity group quotas. In other words, the kind of stuff that caused an entire fleet of gamers to construct their own anti-woke sci-fi convention, rally against. So there's like an anti-woke, I didn't know there was an anti-woke video game sci-fi convention thing.
Yes. So anyway, this is where I was going. Okay. What you just mentioned, the Steam group are people, and this happened because the people who at Sweet Baby Inc., who finally got outed, went onto Twitter. And now they started typing on Twitter, what are you going to do about it, you bunch of man babies? We get paid for the consultancy work. You buy the game, and then we still get paid. So we destroyed your hero. We got paid, and anyway, this whole Twitter war started. Anyway, and then someone. Oh, anyway, it got really dark and quite ugly. But let's skip over that entirely. So now they've declared war on 99% of the fans of, the fans, just say that, work at Baby Inc. We're behind their...
It says here that Sweet Baby is a narrative development company, according to the CEO,
people,
Kim
you
Blair.
hate transphobes, you hate blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But then, diversity is their message, but they actually changed point in the last few days. Anyway, diversity is their mantra. Everything they do is in the name of diversity. But anyway, right, here we go. Now on to the Steam thing that you just read. That Steam group that points out the Sweet Baby Inc. games was because someone who was a bit annoyed at the messages that Sweet Baby Inc. was sending on Twitter set up a group on Steam pointing out the games that Sweet Baby Inc. are involved with. Just so people know what games they are, what games they aren't involved with. because now they've said we support transgender, and 99% of the fans can take a running jump into a freezing lake. So when the Steam group got set up, and this is only 1 week ago that this happened, someone reported there were 10,000 people had joined the group to point out the games that Sweet Baby Inc. are associated with, so you can decide whether to buy them or not. Now it's I think it's 300,000 people have joined for Sweet Baby Inc. because now 300,000 people have joined and said we don't like being told to take a run and jump because it's us who pays for the games. Now we're not going to pay for your games anymore because you told us all and now not just a running jump. That's a polite way of saying, if I read you some of the messages they sent, they were foul. One of them, and this is the worst message that I saw, one of the people at Sweet Baby Inc. said, there are more of us than there are of.
Well, look. Sorry, folks. We lost our connection. I think we're almost back. I hope you can see me again. And we lost our callers. I believe everything's getting reconnected here now. The whole system went kablamo, kablooey. Let me see if the calls are still there. Nope, they're gone. Yeah, we lost our connection, but that's okay. It's time is marching on. We're almost ready to go to the State of the Union address, so not a lot of sense in reestablishing our connection with the phones tonight. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Apologize to our callers. There were a couple of people in the queue there too. So you guys can see me. Yes, good. You can see me there. Let me check in over here on Rumble. And can you see me? Yes. So there you go. All right, so I'm just checking the chat to make sure that you guys can see us back online again. I don't know. Looks like maybe we're frozen up on Rumble. No, we're okay. We're rocking and rolling there. Good. Thank you, Lindy. I see that you're on the ball there. So yeah, we are back. I'm going to take the phone number down. That kind of put a damper on the phone-in show, didn't it? Sorry about that. Really sorry. But not a problem. We're back, and let's take a quick break. I'll get the feed established here for the State of the Union. We're just minutes away from Joe Biden's epic performance. We'll see what that looks like when we come back.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
Okay, so what's tonight's State of the Union going to look like? Well, I hope it looks better than that other one that he did where he stood against that blood red backdrop. Looked like he was right there in the heart of hell. Talk about looking fierce and evil. Oh, man. I also wonder if he will talk about white domestic terrorism being the greatest threat to the United States, the biggest existential threat. That seems to have been a running theme all through his presidency to date. Didn't see any reference to that in the prelude, the point form preview that was issued heading into tonight's State of the Union address. You know, Trump delivered his State of the Union address. I thought it was much more positive. His States of the Union speeches were very inspirational, really focused on very positive things generally. Of course, then the pandemic hit. The tone of everything took a turn, but Biden, I don't know, for me, they just fail to inspire. They just don't appeal on that level, you know, where it's like people feel, say, like a sense of national pride or whatever. So I don't know. We'll have to see what it looks like here tonight. We are about 3 minutes away from the beginning of the program. I have the feed established, so we should be ready to go very, very soon. Just check the chat here. What are you guys thinking? Are you 5x5? I don't know what that means, Dragon. And yeah, we're back. Good, everybody. Everybody can see the video. Everybody can hear me. So I think we're in pretty good shape overall. State of the Union due to start real soon. About 60 seconds out, if they start on time. Let me just run again, just a little transition here while I click some buttons and make sure we've got the feed live and hot coming in so that we don't miss any of it, because I know you're going to be hanging on every word he says, right?
The sharing of biased and
False news has become all too common on social media.
More alarmingly, some media publishing things simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In an ocean of lies a century deep, the truth awaits. Choose not the red pill. Choose not the blue pill. For both are an illusion. Discover the power of M. The power of individuality. We are Mavericks. We are the way to the light. Fear not the storm. Join our quest for truth. Truth will set you free. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, still waiting for the feed to go hot. We've got them up. Let's bring it up on screen. Here we go. We're ready to go anytime you are, Joe. Should have started 60 seconds ago. Well, I guess when you're the president and you're not quite sure which direction to go, you can cut him a little slack. He's got to find his way up there. Yeah. So that was a pretty good call in, I think. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to look more into that video game company to see what all the perspectives are on that. Because it looked from that, like from that article that I'd found, it looked like they'd worked on quite a few big name video games. I'll just look at again here at the list. They had over the past few years, according to this article in PC Gamer, Sweet Baby has been called in to work on some genuinely solid games like God of War Ragnarok, Shadow Gambit, The Cursed Crew, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and Alan Wake 2, which got an 88 from PC Gamer in our Alan Wake 2 review. And then it says, in the interest of fairness, there are some less than solid titles there too, like Gotham Knights and Dungeons and Dragons Dark Alliance. It says, a second and even more baffling strain of criticism around Sweet Baby is that it's ruining games somehow Most recently, Sweet Baby was hired to help consult on Suicide Squad, which hasn't been doing great by Warner Brothers' own admissions. And then he goes on and says here, if you are wondering what character design and story elements have to do with an ill-advised live service game, yeah, me too, it says. But let's look at Sweet Baby's portfolio. Then I just told you those where I'm reading things out of order. Sort of reading the article backwards. I do that a lot. Don't know why. Yes, I do. It's because I scan. I speed read stuff. It's hard to say, for example, that non-heterosexual folks like myself, I'm reading from the article, are ruining video games when Baldur's Gate 3 is inherently supportive of queer players and just so happens to be one of the best RPGs of the decade. I don't know. You got to read this whole article, I guess, to kind of understand fully what is going on. Do we have them up live yet, folks? Still not there. Gotta happen shortly. A lot of people waiting. A lot of people waiting. Let me just check an alternative feed, but this one's coming right from the source. It's supposed to be anyway. How are you guys feeling about everything here? You know, I guess there are polls out that say Biden's handling of the economy, you know, mostly people strongly disapproving of his performance. I guess like somewhere around 64% feel that he's bungling the economic portfolio. 34% do approve. He's going to talk about the great economic recovery that the United States is supposed to be experiencing, but where are we at here? It looks like he wants to start. Come on, Joe, where are you, my man? He's a little sleepy tonight. He's a little sleepy. But we've got the State of the Union coming up here in just a moment. And just a reminder while we're waiting here that you can support the program if you like what we're doing. Not everybody does. I don't think the Prime Minister's probably too happy with us, but his brother we've had on a couple of times. So, yeah, you can support us at maverickdonations.com. Right there. And you can also support us at freedomreporters.com. And as I've said on a number of nights, if you donate $30 or more, we have Maverick News t-shirts, or these Exile, the Knights of Malta t-shirts. I kind of like these. I like the style. Yeah, I like the style a lot. $30 or more, I can send you a t-shirt. Just tell me what size you need. Attach a note to the donation in either the Give, Send, Go or the PayPal. Or I can send you one of these shirts with the embroidered Maverick News logo, which are real nice. And these shirts will last freaking forever. They're built like a pig's nose, as the saying goes. If you donate 60 or more, I can send you one of those shirts. Have some sweatshirts and hoodies as well. So now why hasn't this started yet? The State of the Union is supposed to start at 9 p.m., right? I'm just going to make sure that we've got the scheduling right here. Yeah, 9 p.m. Should have started like 7 minutes ago. Let me check another feed. Do we have him up yet? Come on, where are you, Joe? Yeah, he's not up there yet. That's why I can see now live video coming out, but he has not arrived in the... he's not at the podium to start speaking. Not quite yet. I'm monitoring. I've got him. I got my beady little eye on him. Let me just check over here, see what's going on. There we go. These guys, they always start late. Check in on the news wire here. There was also a bomb scare today, which we didn't actually get to. I've got my notes on it over here. Yeah, it was at, I believe it was in Boston, Suffolk Law School. They had to evacuate a building there due to a bomb threat. Boston police did confirm that officers were assisting the Suffolk University Police Department. This took police to 120 Tremont Street. This is the location for David J. Sargent Hall, which is the home of the law school. Bomb squad attended. They evacuated everyone from the building shortly after 6 p.m. They came out and announced that the building had been swept, and they gave it the all clear after that. So Jill Biden just walked in. So we should be going live here any moment. I think we've got it. Are we live now? Here we go. Okay, we've got it. And the cabinet coming in now. Here we go. I don't know, there's so many problems facing the country right now. We'll have to see if he's able to put any kind of positive spin on any of this that has any level of credibility. Here we are really on the brink of a third world kinetic war, already immersed in a third world fifth generation war. The economy, he'll say it's doing well, but I would dispute that. argue as well that the U.S. position internationally has deteriorated under the Biden administration severely. The U.S. reputation internationally probably at its lowest point ever, even among NATO allies. Inflation on the rise. Homelessness. Drug abuse. All very serious problems. The war in Ukraine, another huge issue, the funding for that. $60 billion for Ukraine alone, sitting not fully approved. $90 billion in total, the rest of the money kind of earmarked for these other conflicts, including preparation for what potentially could be a conflict with China. To prepare for that. Unrest, political unrest, divided country. A prelude we've seen in recent days and weeks of what I think we're going to see on the streets with protests. In our conversation with Kevin Michelizzi out of Crimea just a couple of days ago, we spoke about this very thing, and as I indicated at the time, I think that there's so much volatility, so much division, so much polarization that the fires, the buildings being burned, the riots, the violence, the Antifa clashes, the looting of the stores, even the J6 incident, all of that stuff, as I said, I think will look somewhat like a Sunday school picnic as the campaigning heats up over the summer and we get closer and closer to that presidential election. This is a pivotal moment, I would say, for Joe Biden. He really needs to make this speech count tonight. He needs to score some points here with the public because his approval rating is plummeting. Especially on the economy, very vulnerable there. Looks like he's pretty much a shoo-in as the nominee. He will, I think, pursue a second term. He'll survive the election. I don't know if he has the stamina to survive a full second term. Looks like Kamala Harris will be his running mate. A lot of speculation, people talking about maybe replacing her and so on, but I think that's really just talk, an effort maybe to inject some drama into what otherwise is a boring process of just propping him up and putting him out there again as the candidate to run against Trump in a rematch. And it looks like Trump will be the guy. Nikki Haley dropping out after Super Tuesday. Finally. She was hanging in there for what? I'm not exactly sure.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Here he comes. Joe Biden. You look at his eyes. Sometimes he seems like he's there, sometimes like he's distant, far away. See if he can make it through tonight without any major gaffes. How many big mistakes do you guys think he'll make tonight? I'm going to say 3. I think he'll stumble 3 times. Any takers on that? Looks like he has a little energy. They probably got him, probably had him sleep right before he came in. Probably got him all filled full of caffeine, keep him awake. Have to listen to his voice. Sometimes his voice sounds different. I don't know if it's because of the way he preps or if he gets tired sometimes. Sometimes he sounds very much like an old man to me. Kind of a raspiness to his voice and a lack of energy. Other times, more resonance to it. Depends, I think, on how tired he gets through the day. Smelling somebody's hair. So I'll take some notes on this, make some comments as we wrap up after the speech. He's taking his sweet time getting up to the podium. We're all waiting. We're all waiting. At the last election, he sort of campaigned right from his basement. Didn't seem to go out too much. Trump was still doing all those rallies. You remember? And he was like doing them at airports. I thought it was ingenious because he had the lockdown provisions still in effect in many places, and he would just fly in, do the rally at the airport, walk behind the stage, get back on the airplane, and fly off to his next rally. He was doing, I think sometimes up to 3 rallies a day, packing the people in, huge crowds all the time, and yet, what result did we get? Poor Kim says he doesn't know where the podium is. As he's shuffling down the aisle. This time he says it's a three-ring circus. tease the day, says he's clueless. Steve says okay, his hand will be helping him move along. And again, to apologize to those people who called in earlier, the whole computer system just went and froze up, disconnected. The broadcast still live in the background in the cloud, but I had to reconnect all the sources and then get back on live with you. Fortunately, we were able to get it reactivated so we can watch this, or maybe unfortunately. We'll see what he says. We'll see. Should start any moment. Again, I'm going to say 3 big gaffes. Maybe not huge, but he'll stumble and mess things up at least 3 times during this address. That's my prediction. 3. Anybody else? Anybody else? 3 going once, 3 going twice. Here we are in the U.S. Capitol, House Chamber.
Tony.
So he's finally up to the podium. Finally shuffled his way up there. Where's Tony? Tony? Who's Tony? Tony!
Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not.
Trump is criticizing Biden for being substantially
But Ukraine, Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Come here, stand up. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office to defend against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus with a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that. Clearly, those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses. Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind. A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news, but in 1,000 cities and towns, the American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, our inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion and private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in family farms, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks at Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Spends about $4.8 billion or something.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over. And the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor go way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With a law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit.
They laid out a bunch of people in Belvedere at the beginning of this month.
And I want
the first 1,350 workers.
But what to do next?
Jeep plant there.
I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, well, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. Well, my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half of our population. But research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill doing an incredible job as First Lady. So pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years.
Let's all go to Moscow.
And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry, I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions.
We know why he was
When I was
late,
told
too.
I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans,
Now,
I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt
huge
for nearly
protest.
4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters,
Palestinian
and others in public
protest.
service.
Delayed his motorcade.
Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
That federal cut was shut down like a year ago. Deep plant. I just started looking at it. I don't know.
And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? No. Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? No. I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that could be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more, a hell of a lot, like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. Credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win, he viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him.
That's kind of
it's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner.
I lose.
Not really.
Keeping track.
Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. And so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today
kind of half a
in
stumble.
Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis was a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis.
Interesting.
At least I hope you don't.
Talks about book banning.
I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW workers building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And pattern after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tools to work down on gun crime. Building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or having it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oh. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also we will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. For the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I've built into more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America is falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills. But there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. ban AI voice impersonations and more, and keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why, with the song support and help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act, one of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H, and remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will.
I keep coming back to that in each of these addresses. Even Trump talked about that.
Let me close with this. Yay! I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation, between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution. That's not me.
Tail end of this now. He's about to
I was
wrap up.
born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, they got through it. They managed to get through it. But he stumbled more than 3 times. So what did you guys think? MAGA, says Patty. All sorts says MAGA. Yeah. Ricky says, now to find the way off stage. Which way do I go? Exit stage. I don't remember. There he goes. Well, that was interesting, wasn't it? Yes. So how many times did he stumble? I had him down here. 4, 7. He stumbled at 9:36 p.m. Eastern. And he was speaking about Kate. Stumbled again at 9:37. When he was making reference to electoral power, 9:42 p.m. There was a half stumble. 9:51 p.m. He seemed to want to go to Moscow on his airplane. I don't know if that counts as a stumble. So we could take that one out maybe and say 6, because maybe he's just really longing for a lunch or something with Vladimir Putin. And then at 10:29 p.m. 10:09, he stumbled again, and it was just a stumble. He just kind of mumbled his words and then got back on track. At 10:22 p.m., he stumbled as he was calling on Hamas to lay down their arms. And talked about at the same time, of course, the way he views the conflict in Gaza, and talked about the attack on October 7th. And then at 10:30 p.m., just 7 minutes ago, he stumbled one more time when he talked about being inspired to get into politics by, of all people, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s father, who was assassinated. And isn't that ironic? Yes, I don't know how ironic it is. Talking about that at the same time as RFK Jr., the son of the guy that he says inspired him to get into politics, the son asking for Secret Service protection because he's running against him. And him saying no so far. And the 6th request. Because you have somebody who has threatened to assassinate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. again. So what else did he talk about in this speech? Well, he was sort of trying to rekindle a Roosevelt sort of feel. Go for a little nostalgia there, framing everything around the, the earliest days of World War II, talking about 1941 and Roosevelt, and then moving from that, shifting from that pre-World War rhetoric, which I find concerning. His references to this. Hang on, I've got audio coming into my head here. I need to get it out of my... There we go. Okay. I got rid of it. All right. Now my head is clear. No audio in my headphones. I find it a little concerning, given that, he's sitting there talking about history is watching, maybe repeating itself, making references to a time when the United States was not yet fully involved in World War II. Is that an indication that we're on the brink of something bigger? A larger, broader world conflict? Don't know, but then he goes on and talks about Sweden joining NATO today, Finland last year. He almost stumbled there. He teed up the reference to Sweden, but then didn't go to Sweden. The speech took him to Finland. It was actually an awkward moment in the speech, just, I would say, poorly structured by his speechwriter. Almost got him into trouble. And then moving on to Ukraine, saying the United States will not walk away, will not bend a knee, will not bend down. Then moves on from that to talk about election integrity, January 6th. What he sees as lies about election integrity. A totally opposite perspective, a totally opposite view, isn't it, from those who support Trump. Then got into, of course, he was going to talk about abortion rights. He wants to bring back the Roe versus Wade effect, bring the Roe v. Wade solution to the issue, which is no solution at all, because the controversy, the disagreement, the division is still there, and likely always will be. So he got into that. Not surprising. That is an issue that the Democrats use to score points with a certain portion of especially women voters. He says the economic landing is going to be soft. I think he's referring to inflation. And I'm not sure he's going to get there. Everything that this administration has done has fueled inflation. Spend, spend, spend. And then referring to that auto plant being converted into a battery manufacturing facility in Belvidere, Illinois. Yeah, it was, just, I think a little over a year ago, that plant was a Jeep plant, assembly facility, shut down. So the electrification of the auto industry is going to breathe new life into it, but it was the electrification of the auto industry that resulted in that Jeep plant being shut down. Because FCA, Fiat Chrysler America, at the time, now Stellantis, just found that the costs of electrifying their product line were far too great to be sustainable in its in the configuration of the company at that time. So he's making reference to this, but like all this electric vehicle push, it's being motivated, directed, created with government money, and then matching corporate funds to one level or another. But the level of public investment in a private sector, which has been traditionally a private sector, automobile manufacturing, it's, I think, at unprecedented levels. People were saying we should be fact-checking Joe Biden on a lot of these points, and I suppose we could. There are likely fact-checking websites or something out there, but a lot of this stuff really is just blatantly obvious in that a lot of what he said just is not true. You might call it a lie. I would call it a little bit of political deception or linguistic sleight of tongue. He makes reference to the tax code not being fair. These guys, they always point to the big corporations and say that corporation isn't paying its fair share of income tax. Income tax for a mega corporation and a multinational corporation and even just an American-based corporation. Income tax? A corporation is not a person. They may make a profit, but does a corporation, an entity, a legal entity, actually make income? Does it need to live? It makes a profit. And then that profit is either reinvested in the company or it's used to, pay dividends out to shareholders, to actual people. That becomes income. They always play with these words when they talk about the economy. Joe Biden's master at it, just like Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh on the NDP side in Canada, and the Liberal side in the case of Trudeau. Biden stood up there and talked about shrinkflation. That's something that needs to be fact-checked, because if that's his solution to inflation, America's in a whole lot of trouble. He blames the big corporations, the grocery stores, department stores, the Walmarts of the world. He's blaming potato chip companies for charging the same price but making the bags smaller. There's an easier way, Joe. Just put fewer chips in the bags that you have. I guess he's suggesting they're doing that too, and he thinks that he can sell that to the people as the cause of inflation. It is not. The cause of inflation is his macroeconomic policies, his fiscal policies, his monetary policies. He has printed too much money, just like pretty much every other Western country, including Canada. It has fueled inflation around the world, really. That's what causes the inflation. But of course, he gets to point his finger at the big corporations and say, oh, it's all their fault. They're just greedy. They've just increased their prices. They have to increase their prices because their costs went up just like everybody else's. And I've heard the same argument up here in Canada, and that is not the solution to inflation. You are not going to combat inflation running at like 10, 15, maybe even 20% over the course of a year. And I know when I go to the grocery store, I see the evidence of that. You're not going to combat that by outlawing smaller potato chip bags. It's not an economic solution. That's an attack on a company you're using as a scapegoat. Sorry, the buck stops literally at the president's desk, because the president of the United States can enact economic policies with the stroke of a pen. We'll move on. I could talk about that all night. Although it's hard to get away from it, because in the next breath he sat there and talked about Social Security, taxing the big corporations again. He went on and on about it. And then these references to the border. The border Suddenly he's concerned about the border. Worried about the border. How did that happen? Seems disingenuous to me. And then points and identifies his predecessor, Donald Trump. Says that he's playing politics at the border. Calls on Trump to work with him on his border bill instead. What's the truth? What's the real solution? I don't know that Biden really is offering one. I'm not so sure that his plans at the border will be effective, and maybe he doesn't even really want them to be. I don't know. The other thing, that was weird, book banning. He started talking about book banning. This censorious president. Book banning? Where did that come from? Why is he worried about book banning? Must be something very specific to a particular demographic or something. I suspect he's probably talking about book banning in the context of, I don't know, LGBTQS plus content or something in school. I don't know. It's interesting because he's talking about book banning. The people on the conservative side, MAGA, the MAGA people, they would, I don't know, have I seen them stand up and defend books, the existence of books, speak out against book banning? I think it's probably more of a mixed bag on the Republican or conservative side, the MAGA side, than people realize on that issue. But it is surprising to me to see a president who has engaged in or endorsed or even required, I would say, through policy and legislation to have social media companies crack down on political dissidents, friendly dissidents, peaceful dissidents online with censorship. No, but Trudeau takes the take in Canada. Biden's an amateur when it comes to that stuff, but still very substantial. And the book banning thing just seemed out of place to me, unless I'm missing something there. Maybe he's making reference to something more specific that I'm not aware of. Gun control or going after, high capacity clips, magazines. So he says. And then pivots over to that super sensitive issue. Israel, Gaza, Hamas, Netanyahu, aid, food aid for those most in need in Gaza, and talked about creating that pier or the port that I spoke of prior to the broadcast. Seems almost like with him talking about that tonight, like it's a knee-jerk reaction to public commentary and criticism flowing from all of that tonight after the U.S. airdropped all that food. And then, as I told you earlier this evening, the United States being criticized for doing too little too late on that front. Well, at least they dropped food. And I knew when the food was dropped, the United States would still take it on the chin, be criticized. Not that I have any sympathy for Biden, but still, they dropped food, and lots of it, plenty. Some of it went into the water, washed ashore, but it seemed like it was okay. Maybe there in waterproof packaging. I don't have any idea, really. But a lot of people did get some of that food. So I don't know. You can criticize all you want, but I'd rather see them dropping food than bombs. Maybe it's just window dressing, but maybe it's more. Oh, yes, and then China. If it was Donald Trump, it would be China, 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 China. With Biden, it's just China. Stand up, China. Some saber rattling going on there, very concerning. Talks about strengthening ties between the United States and its allies in places like India, Japan. And then spoke about cancer. There was that cancer moonshot news conference they held a few years ago, I think, when Trump was president. And he spoke about ending cancer. And now Biden speaking about ending cancer. They keep bringing it up. It does give people hope, but it's making me wonder how much substance there is to this ending cancer initiative. How many years will it take? Why are they saying they're going to end it? They must be on track. I did listen to the news conference some time ago. They did talk about new technologies, new techniques, new approaches to healthcare to end cancer as we know it in our lifetime. And soon, apparently, they seemed confident, but here we are. I think it's been at least 3 years. No more. 4, maybe 5. Since Donald Trump first spoke about it, when I first took note of it anyway, that cancer moonshot news conference, and then his State of the Union addresses also addressed ending cancer. And I know they have some pretty aggressive research going on. And as a result of everything I saw before, it seems like, yeah, they're maybe on track, making some big breakthroughs. Apparently they already have made some, but, you know, to really kind of take it to the max on ending cancer. And then he got into his wrap-up, and it was talking about, again, that theme, battle for the soul of the nation. Very, very interesting. He's sticking with that theme, and if this is any indication of what is to come during the campaign, I think you'll hear more about that. That is where he is pivoting to at the end to try to put a positive spin on the conclusion. And he talks about the middle class, putting an emphasis on that, growing the economy to benefit the middle class and to benefit those at the bottom of the economy as well. And he was just hitting on these things at the end point form: climate change, gun violence. Pretty interesting stuff. But at the end, got into the future and what he sees for the future, his vision of the future, a vision of America united, an American for all Americans. Yeah, so battle for the soul of the nation. What was missing from this one that was present in previous State of the Union addresses? No reference to white domestic terrorism. Isn't that interesting? I find that very interesting. If you go back and you listen to his previous speeches and go back and listen to what he was saying right after he was elected in particular, and how aggressive the language was, making reference to American citizens that he really seems to view as his enemies from various demographic groups, but making very clear reference in previous speeches to white supremacy, white domestic terrorism, and used other similar kinds of lingo to get his point across previously. But when you do that, he was literally alienating, I would say, half of the American population at that time. So tonight, him sort of omitting that, he obviously must be thinking that that portion of the country has grown to be too large and it would be dangerous for him to continue speaking like that. Making an enemy out of the MAGA crowd, especially those who supported or were involved in the J6 event. And just that whole segment of the population, alienating them and going after the votes over there, but knowing full well that, you know, the white demographic, especially among, you know, the Democrats, they're going to support him, even if, depending even where they stand on that issue. So I don't know. It's I found it kind of lackluster, at times dry. I didn't find that there was a lot of inspiration and hope that came from it in the end. And he needs that energy if he really wants to run an effective campaign, one that could propel him back to the White House for his full second term. But then again, maybe he doesn't need the energy, because in the last election, he just stayed in his basement. Maybe all he needs to do is just almost show up. Just get your name on the ballot and then go hide. Couldn't hide tonight, though. Everything was on full display. There he was, sitting at that podium, well, standing, and fully exposed to a crowd, a country, a world that is very unforgiving when mistakes are made in a situation like this, and he made at least 6, maybe 7, depending on how you count. I said it was going to be 3. You guys started to make reference to it, I noticed, in some cases in the chat. And I was off by at least 3, maybe 4 or 3.5 gaffes. Can't get through a speech. He can't get through a speech without screwing up. This guy. Wow. And not a lot of confidence in him, or I saw during the speech in our chat. I know you guys, you're not Biden fans. That's for sure. Lumping them together with the likes of Justin Trudeau. And I can certainly understand why. Because a lot of their policies, a lot of the things they talk about, they are in lockstep. Like, they really are. Truly they are. I had a note about that here. Refresh my memory. Well, it just is what it is. They're both progressives, both globalists, both, I would say, pro-WEF, World Economic Forum. And was it enough? Will it be enough to give him momentum going into the heat of the summer election season, the spring and the summer? Well, a little kickstart there, maybe. No major gaffes. I dispute a lot of the numbers and claims that he makes about the positive impacts his policies are having on the country. I would dispute a lot of it. We'll see what happens with that Belvedere auto plant, too. I'm curious about that. Over the long haul, my guess is it won't be as profitable as it needs to be. And because the government is dumping so much money into all of these retoolings at all these plants to bring them into an electrified automotive era, well, so much government money going in there that I think the day of reckoning will come when they won't be able to hide the fact that you're probably not going to get your money back out of it, because I just don't think the technology in the long run is going to do what it needs to do. So maybe temporary relief for the workers in Belvedere. Maybe not. Maybe it'll stay open for a long time. I hope for the sake of the workers that these things do work out. Because if this experiment in electrifying the auto industry is not successful, the whole country is in peril. It's bad enough that the US dollar is being dethroned as the world reserve currency. And you know what that means on the home front? Here in North America, these policies on the war and the monetary policies, the fiscal policies, all these things, these potentially, they have the potential to plunge us into poverty. A much larger portion of the population. I hope not. And here I am speaking like that. And you know what? I remember when Donald Trump gave his States of the Union addresses, I was usually walking away from those feeling very inspired and, full of energy and even patriotic, although I'm not American. It makes you want to be an American when they give you that sense of national pride, as long as it's a clean nationalism, if you know what I'm saying, not something ethno-based. That can go dark pretty quick and descend into a place of, well, just a bad place. So, yeah, we need less immigration, of course, and regulate it. Biden administration, I don't think that he's being sincere at all about doing something at the border. That was all just talk to generate votes. I don't think he's going to do anything. Nothing meaningful, nothing effective. Yeah. And Trump and his wall, how effective has that been? I don't know. Seems like there are giant gaping holes in it. Will he finish it if he's elected again? I don't know. Hard to say. But because there wasn't really anything positive at the end that really, got me jacked up and all excited, I'm just kind of feeling empty. I mean, he tried saying it's an American future that he sees for all Americans. All Americans. Does that include the MAGA Americans, Joe? Because it was only, about a year ago? You were still going on about what a threat they are to the survival of the United States. Funny how the shift has happened there, the pivot as we get into an election season. For the past 3 years, and this is his third State of the Union address, he targeted MAGA people. He targeted white people and domestic terror groups. He targeted them, saying they were the greatest threat, or if not one of the greatest threats, to the United States, even bigger than nuclear war. But tonight, backed right off, didn't talk about it at all. He wants your vote. Now, if you give it to him, what's it going to be like 4 years later? This is a guy who really was in there and was pulling strings and controlling the former Twitter social media platform too during the election, and beyond that too, just with different tools they were employing to censor people, organizations, but mostly people that for whatever reason or another they felt were just political opponents that were too strong, had to be neutered. So went after them. Then he stands up there and talks about book banning. Well, I don't know. That's the State of the Union. Felt kind of loosey-goosey at the end. It just didn't rally me at the end and leave me feeling inspired, but he did get through it. Now, did you guys, anybody out there, predict like 6 guffaws? Or 7? I didn't really see too many predictions coming in, but people were counting. I did see that. Let me check the other chat. Anybody? Anybody at all predict that many gaffes? No. No. Could turn it into a poll. Yeah, take bets. Start taking bets on Joe Biden's speeches to see how many times he screws up. Well, anyway. Again, you guys can support the program if you like what we do here. if you're participating and you want it to continue, you can help us pay the bills by donating at maverickdonations.com. That's the Give, Send, Go, or at freedomreporters.com. $30 or more, send you a t-shirt. $60 or more, I can send you an embroidered shirt with the Maverick logo on. And you can have a night, Exile the Knights of Malta t-shirt, or Maverick News t-shirt with that $30 donation. If you want that, just make a notation. Tell me what size you need. Like, share, subscribe, please, folks. Across the board, but especially over on Rumble. We need to grow there. 2 channels on Rumble we have, and we're still in operation over on YouTube. So check us out there too. And Twitch. If you're inclined, just take a trip over to Twitch. I should start putting that link up in the description for each broadcast, I guess, so people can go over there and find that platform too. There is, there are a few people over there. I find that the Odyssey and the Twitch channels, they don't seem to have much of an audience over there to begin with, so it's difficult to generate numbers, but I don't really pay too much attention to the numbers day to day, but once in a while I look in on the stats. So, yeah. That's the plug for help. That's me sending out the SOS for financial assistance to help us pay the bills. And I do appreciate you guys spending the time here tonight. I hope you found it worthwhile. Even the end part with Joe Biden droning on. It's still entertaining, if for no other reason, to just tune in for the suspense. Is he going to screw up? Well, we got more than our money's worth tonight, didn't we? 6.5, 7 gaffes, and more to come in the future as election season heats up. We'll have more tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love you guys. Catch you on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.